Yep, I think we're back. Maybe. Maybe. Potentially. Damn. Um, well, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry about that. I think we're back now. I think Twitch is fine now. Maybe. We will see. Oof. Well, I think, like I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by Twitch. Um, yeah. We are going to work on kind of a new project. I've put some work into it before, but not like that much. So we are going to kind of actually put some serious amount of work into this. At least like today, we're going to be designing the general how it's supposed to work, I guess. Um, sometimes we call those the interfaces, which is kind of how you're supposed to talk to the library. So we're going to look at that today, and then we're going to look at a couple other things with specific implementations of at least some of the basic classes. I'll explain exactly like what the project is and how I want it to work later. Um, but before that, I think I'm going to run an ad because otherwise Twitch is going to run one right in the middle of everything, which is annoying as hell. Um, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad, and we'll get back to everything else once that is over. So I'm trying to find the button to do that. There. That should run a 3-minute ad. That'll turn off pre-rolls and also make sure Twitch doesn't start an ad in the middle of everything. I will see y'all after that. Bye. And for those of you that don't have ads, you get to hear some stuff that happens behind the scenes while I'm trying to figure where all of the stuff is. Because it's not where I remember. It's also been a while, so my memory is not the most reliable. Uh, Yeah, so I think that should be good. Let me make sure that this is also the way it's supposed to be. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yes, okay. Oh yeah, shit. I have a big announcement to make. Once people come back from ads, welcome back, everyone. I remembered that I was actually gonna say something right before, like, right before the uh, Twitch broke it, or Twitch broke the stream. So, and that was, we have a new emote, a custom emote, made by the lovely Bonita Amor. Let me see if I can, oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Here it is. It is a follower emote, so you can use it in, at least in my chat, for free. Because I fucking love it. It's adorable. And yeah, you can use it. I think I need to update some of the bot commands or bot messages. Because I did remove the old kind of give heart emote. Because this one is much better and not the default Twitch emote. And yeah, sadly, I don't think Twitch lets you use it outside of my channel for free, even though it's a follow remote. It is what it is. And with that, I think okay. There we go. So I'm going to. Oh, I have a fan running quickly before we start. I have a fan running. I think I made it so that it should be not super easy to hear it, but I don't know. It's hot as shit right now, so that's why the fan's there. If you can't hear it, let me know. I can turn it down or turn it off. I'll survive. Right. And then, before we start, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Yeah. Get your snack, get your drink, get water. Water's good for you, especially if you have coffee. Coffee dehydrates you. Albeit not horribly if you have it pretty diluted like I do, but still. Always good practice. Get water. And yeah. So, I'm going to explain a little bit about what the project is first before I get into it. I don't have anything good here, so I could spell design. What was it? Okay. Alright, I was gonna move this all. Um, so in programming, we have this thing. I want to do this in a separate one. I mean, I guess this one is kind of a separate one. Extra doesn't be. So we have this thing called a command line interface. Command line interface. Which is sometimes shortened to CLI. Basically, what it is there's a bunch of buttons here and text, and it's all very nicely laid out. It's very pretty. I like it. But making this is hard. So, what if it was all text? I mean, I guess to an extent. Just PowerShell by itself is kind of the command line interface, but it is the command line, so it's a little different. Command prompts. What is a good... I think Poetry has a decent command line interface. See if I can find examples. I mean, like at its simplest, the simplest command line interface you can make is asks the user a question. So you have like question, user response, then tool response. This is the simplest you can get. The tool says, I don't know, that's like if it's a tool that copies a bunch of files from one or change it. Yeah, how about this? A tool that renames all of the files in a folder based on like a specific criteria or some shit. It like a question would be like the path to the folder that you want to, mass rename. User would give the path to the folder. The tool would confirm the path to the folder. And then the next question would be like, what is the format for the tool, format for the new names? Something like that. Like you could do that with a full user interface like this. Shit. But this is hard, like I said. And the command line interface is entirely text, which is a lot easier. Like I don't have to say, okay, when this thing happens, I need you to send this information back to the backend. The backend will do something. The backend may or may not send information back to the front end. And based on that, you need to change the front end. Which is what you have to do if you're making a full app, which I'm hoping to get to this summer. We will see. We will very see. This is kind of like the new big stream project. I will be working on something outside, obviously. I don't want to like just work on projects on stream, but I probably will work on that a little bit on stream. We'll see. Anyways, aside from that, basically, command line interface, it's the simplest way to talk to a user from a tool because you don't need to build the UI. You don't need to say, this thing needs to be this box shape. Like, I've made HTML. I've worked with HTML before. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, web pages are a kind of... They're a web interface, which to an extent is similar to a user interface. Or, I mean, it's a kind of user interface. And it's very visual, and it's very nice once you get it to work, but it's a fucking pain. So command line interface is how you solve that. Problem is that command line interfaces aren't always the most reliable. It's not that they don't work, it's that sometimes they... Well, it's that sometimes they don't work. And when they don't work, it's a pain. Just because you're not working with, for example, like this terminal This is Windows PowerShell. This is not the command prompt. Command prompt is different from normal PowerShell. There's Windows PowerShell, command prompt, normal PowerShell, and then git bash is something else. Right? This is bad. The other thing is that how do you know how big the command line is? Well, there are tools for that. I believe it's shutil. Yeah, shutil get terminal size. Yeah. Huh. Fun. So yeah, one of them is import shutil, which is shutil. Um, sh is sometimes used instead of shell, or sh, I think, is the shell on Linux. A shell. They're all very similar terms. Yeah, I'll bring this up. You have PowerShell because Linux has this thing called. I think it's Linux has this thing called shell, or a lot of the times you'll see the difference as Unix versus Windows. Unix or POSIX, which is a similar idea, I think. Linux is based on Unix. Unix, I think, is a conceptual framework, maybe, or it's like a kind of standard requirement. And Windows is its own separate thing because why be cross-compatible with anything? Why be easy to use? Anyways, that's a rant for a different day. Windows PowerShell is because Windows didn't have a lot of the features that the Linux shell had. The Linux shell has a lot of very, very cool features that make it nice to use with a tool as a user than just everything. So that's very nice. Uh, Windows didn't have that. Windows had the command prompt, which is cool, and it does work, but it wasn't nearly as powerful. So then PowerShell was kind of the way of saying, well, no, we can do that. It's fine. They still lost the server side war, I think, just because you have to pay for Windows and Linux is free. But it is interesting. There's a lot of history. Some of it, most of it, I don't know. But some of it I think is kind of fun and interesting. Alright. So if I say print util dot get terminal size 80. 80, 20. For example, if I run this, yeah, yeah, okay. So it's falling back because it doesn't have an actual terminal to work with. This it doesn't like as a terminal. Um, I will look at it using a different thing in just a sec. Also, I found this new music that I think is a little nicer to code to. See, obviously, chat, feedback. I want to hear feedback. That helps me do better. Versus PowerShell. Not PowerShell. The command prompt. I. Oh, wait, no, I should put this in main. There we go. So you can see it says there are 227. So for example, if I do that and then say print hashtag or yeah x times hashtags.columns. Oh, right. It's not even close. Yeah. It fills it up to the edge. If I did plus x. I did this again. You would notice that there's one down there because it can't fit one more. So that's the idea, is that then, for example, if I say here, right, OS, nice. There you go. Oh, is it CLS? CLS, never mind. Oh, yeah. I did this -1. What happens? Alright, so there's a gap at the bottom. So this is the exact right size. Not like that. To fill this screen. Which then means I know exactly how many characters I can fit in. Oh, well, that's a new thing. I haven't seen that before. Lovely. Now I know exactly how many characters I can fit on this screen. And so, for example, I can make a game out of this, if I wanted to. Which people have. People make command line games all the time. They are very cool. But we still run into the problem of, I need a way to manage all of the things that are on here. And I mean, the one issue with this not being an actual UI is that if I want to go update this, let's say these things, and I want to make them, I don't know, Ys instead. Well, how do you do that? I mean, you have two options. You can either clear the entire terminal and then rewrite it, but just when you're going to go write those specific characters that you want to rewrite, you write Ys instead. Or the other option is you can use control commands, which are control characters, which are a thing that lets you move the cursor around here. So, for example, I could go up to that point and just rewrite those characters. But then you have to figure out, okay, well, what control characters do I need to put in, right? I don't want to get too far into it. I might still. But this can be complicated and take away a lot of the. It can make it a lot harder to make a terminal interface or a command line interface. So the project's goal is to make it not that. Make it stupid easy by letting you work with it like it was an actual UI, but without all of the complications of working with an actual UI library. Now, how do we do that is a separate story. I don't know. Basically. Oh yeah, I need to fix this. I guess before we're gonna go there, we're gonna no, we're gonna work on this first. Okay, source this project name. Wait, no. Oh, it's F6 on here. I forgot. Nope. Uh, Shift F6. Because then you can all go in here. Yes. And you can then go there. Because then that makes it easier to do this. We go to base dot items dot abc item abc. Okay, yes. And you know exactly what it's talking about. So when we are gonna do this, basically, well, one of the big things is that I'm just going to redo all of this, which is gonna be kind of a pain, but not horrible, hopefully, maybe. Oh yeah. All of this is probably gonna have to go. This is all horrible. But first, before we do that, that's done. At least everything is where it roughly needs to be. With the orange of this, I'm gonna mark this for delete. Do delete. Note. I forget. Does it? No, this one doesn't have it. Okay. Give this. Give this. And so now we need to figure out exactly how we want to handle all of this in general. Hmm. I think the idea is that I think we'll actually just code it in here. That we have the flow something like this. I will say what's a good way to note this? I guess just the control flow. So we start with item. added. Yeah, I'll just leave it like this. A little simpler and lower. Um, oh, oh, and because we need the position information is just a row column. The range information comes when we get like a length of like we're gonna take up this much space, and I think that how do I want to handle that? Because if that goes over the edge, then do we send it back up the chain? Like, uh, uh, oh, hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So one of the kind of big conflicts that I was that I definitely saw before, but I don't know if there's really a good way to do it. A good way to actually solve the issue. Just basically that when if I am going to have a handler like place or handler ads, and I let the user provide an absolute position, then it might not work. I mean, it might not be quite as easy. I mean, it'll definitely help. I think there's kind of two big ways to do this. You have when you place an item. So I think this can be place. Place. Uh, oops. Say boolean. So hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So if you call place, if you use the place method, then it considers it an absolute position, and you just put it there regardless of what's around it. Then you have add right or add next, which puts an item wherever it'll fit in the next kind of area. So for example, if like a text won't fit on the row that it's currently looking at, it'll jump down the row and put the text there just because that's where it'll fit next. And then you can move elements around each other, and you can tell it to move to certain lines. So for example, you could have a like a skipped line which adds nothing in that space, or maybe it's like a new line element, something like that. Okay, okay. So none of that. Yeah. Add left adds it all the way to the left of the screen, and so it'll move stuff backwards. So for example, I mean, I might have stuff that's like this, but then you'll have this like gap, and it'll be like, so maybe something like that. So if I had like 10 Ys left, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like that. And so with the kind of, I mean, I guess, I mean, like these are similar, but there was one more, maybe. So right, place is absolute. Place doesn't move, doesn't change. It just gets overwritten or sits where it is. Um, massive place is absolute. It's put there. Oh, and then you can, another thing that I want to do all the way in the future more is can you wait, oh, huh, interesting. This, I think, is just a library that exists. Oh, hmm, interesting. Damn. Okay. Well, I'm going to pull this over to a window that you can actually see. Um, but there is already a library that does this, and a lot more cleanly than I was thinking of doing it. Which is kind of annoying, but we can work with it. Mm, let me see if I can. That. Okay. Well, I can't be bothered setting all that up. That's a choice. There we go. So this is apparently basically everything. So I can. Huh. You don't care about all of this, but this is all built using that. Which is kind of exactly what we wanted, but I think we can do it. Oh, well. Oh, does it not work on Windows? Well, the more you know. Um, oops, sorry, give me just a second. Huh. Oh, yeah. There we go. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, damn. That's a lot of things. Nope. Nope. Yep. That's not a lot of documentation. Um, okay, I and dashing and open terminal. Okay. Wait, what? And flip the dashing. Mm, Uh, I mean, that's a lot of things to put in your init method, but it's not like wrong per se. So I think this just hasn't been published to. Oh, okay. When was the last time it got an update? Okay. Okay. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. That's not happening. Oh, there it is. Oh, it was there. So within, like, this... Yeah, okay, so this is basically dead. Okay. That's fine then. Mm, okay, well. Okay. So that looked like a pretty dead project. That's okay, interesting. Hmm. Okay. Initially, any part of the progress without doing kind of format. Uh, Okay. Well, interesting. Oh shit, I forgot. I have to now switch them. Um, okay. This looks like it's the wrong version of dashing somehow. Uh, but okay. So I think we can still go back to this, and I think there's still room to do stuff. But I don't know. I guess that opens the door to a lot more questions about how the how the library wants to interface. Because there's more options. There's you make kind of rows and those oh yeah, so there's kind of treating it like the dashing library was, which was that you split the terminal, you say, okay, I'm gonna split the terminal in half. You have the left side and the right side. And then the left side I'm gonna split in half vertically. I'm gonna cut it horizontally. So now you have a top left and a bottom left and then a right. And then you can put stuff in the top left area. And then you can put like one big thing in the right area. Something like that. There's that way of handling it, which I think is not unreasonable. That is definitely something that you could consider. But I think it would be a lot more productive. I think it would be a lot more useful, I think, in general, if it was a little more, just a little more manual, where instead of it being, or not a little more manual, I mean a little more automatic. Other way. Um, you just say, I put something at the top, and then I can put something on the next line, or I can put something below it, or I can put something to the left of it. I can justify that thing that I can justify this. Let's say I make some text and I say the text will span 3 lines. It'll be like a block, I don't know, 5 each or something. 5, no, let's say like 30 characters each or something. Then I can say, well, actually go all the way to the left or all the way to the right. And then I can say, well, to the left of that, uh, yeah, I can say like justify to the, so like put it at the top. Then to the left of this item, put something else. justify it to the center of the justify vertically. Sorry. I will mention this sometimes. I will kind of just start saying things that might not make that much sense. They are probably barely English. I don't know if they even count as English. But that's just me kind of thinking about how I would want it, or how I would kind of code it, but like in words, if that makes sense. I tend to do that a lot more without explaining what I'm thinking about, especially when I'm tired. Oh shit, we have a whole bunch of drop frames. Why? What do you not like about the bit rate? Um, oh, that's not good. Uh, mm, um, is the network fucked, or is it? Huh, that's not good. Yeah, that was from the network. Okay. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen again. Okay. Hi, Immortal. How's it going? Welcome in. Congrats on being first to stream. Thank you for your daily cast. You caught a common data trout. Was worth 5 anchors. You got 13 total. Nice. Immortal, you're okay? How am I? I'm doing all right. It's late. I am definitely a little tired, but that's what the coffee was for. We are working on not a Jupyter notebook. We're working on a kind of a project for making like apps, but in the terminal. Like apps, but like made of text. I had a good example up just like a minute ago. Come on, load. Oh shit, was it this? It might have been this. Let me see, blessed. Yeah, we were just looking at kind of like this. This is kind of the idea. Uh, didn't really matter like what's on here, but kind of like how it shows you a bunch of different things. It's all text. There's no like boxes and stuff like HTML. So it's a little harder, but also you don't need to make a UI. It doesn't need to run as an app. It runs in the terminal, which is sometimes an advantage. It depends. So the idea is to make something that makes making these kind of apps easier. What's I gonna do? I'm just a file. Drafting. No, stuff. Does also do the tab. Okay. Oops. Send. I switched how I captured the stuff from just capturing the entire display to capturing specific windows. So I need to get used to that, so I might just forget to switch it sometimes. That's on me. Feel free to tell me in chat. Yeah. So, alright, so like I was saying, I'm gonna just say some things, kind of write some stuff down, and then I'll go back and explain it in a bit. So don't worry about this stuff right now. Sometimes it's just easier to think about it as like if I was using the library, how would I want to work with it? And So, um, that's not. What the hell are they called? Ellipses? Lovely. Okay. I'm not 100% sure about how I want to do that, but the idea is that I make a text item with some lines of text. I can get its bounding box, which is kind of the space it'll take up, even if it doesn't literally take up all the space. Um, justify equals left. And then the content justify would be like, so if I have 3 lines, something like this. I had, hello, how are you? And, I don't know, interest. Oh, damn. So, if I had this to content justified left. Even if this was out in the, you know, middle of wherever, it would still be justified to the left like this relative to its own bounding box. And then the bounding box would go out all the way out to here. Right, so this is kind of the bounding box. Or the bounding box is, I guess, this one. I don't know. And then obviously you have this top bounding box and this bottom one and it's left. For example, if I justify the center, it might look something more like this. I think roughly something like that. And this might be moved left or right, depending on what like the preset is. I think it would probably stay left. So basically stuff like that. That's kind of what I had for text. The important one, just in general, bounds, would be something that is not unique to text, but just is for all items. And then squeeze. Squeeze takes a content and makes it fit in a smaller space. And so, for example, if I had a text like this is a very long sentence with many characters because there are many words. And I said, okay, well, what if I want this to fit in 20 characters? I can have it cut off at the end. That's what cut right would do. Cut right would be, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20. So cut right would just cut it. It just gives you this. There would be no ellipses or anything. Cut right. Ellipses would get you this text, but instead of it just cutting off at the end, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So this would cut right ellipses would do. Cut left is the same thing, but from the other way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4. 17, 18, 19, 20. So cut left. Get you this. Oh, oh. Do we break? No, I don't think so. We get you the same thing, but now there would be ellipses. Wow, crazy. Then there's cut center, which attempts to distribute this so that there are 10 on this side and 10 on the other side. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And cut center only comes with ellipses. Um, I mean, I guess, why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And so, for example, so in total this should be 20, right? I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. And so, for example, I might do something like this for cut center ellipses. And then there is the it would be right word. So for example, this is fine. Hi Nato, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, everyone go check out Nato. He plays a bunch of cool games. Final Fantasy. Fuck, I haven't. I don't remember other ones. I remember you playing Binding of Isaac, I think, at one point. But yeah, go check him out. He's cool. He's a slime. Um. Oh. Hmm. That's not good. Well, maybe. I don't know. Hello, morning. You just woke up? Well, good morning. You have any plans for today? That right word. So this does nothing, obviously. But if you then wait, no. If you then combine this with cut right word, because it's already stopped on a word. Say cut right word. Also, pick a game for me. Life. Life. Life doesn't count. That it specifically says it has to be free. Life is not free. Doesn't count. Let me see. Where the hell is that? Yeah. No, let me. Wait, fuck. What do I? I know there's a way to do it, but I have complete. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, it's from here. Then the. No. There you go. There you go. There's your points. I know there's a way to do it. How the fuck do you do it from here then? It's gotta be like, is it stream? No. Community. Oh, there it is. See, I knew there was a way. And then I might go to the mall for a trade day and have some coins looked at. Wait, oh shit, you collect coins? Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. That is, I used to collect a lot of things. I don't know if I ever collected coins. I know I used to collect rocks and seashells, and then I guess at one point I was collecting kind of coins. There were these like pennies when you would go to like a museum or someplace and you would put like a penny in. Um, and then you would like you spin a wheel and it imprints like a logo of the place you were at on the coin. I don't think I have any of those anymore. Sad. But I know I used to collect those. I don't think I collected any coins though. I know the pick a game thing, you were being cheeky. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But and just using points for the lols. Well, now you have points to use for useful things. No, why? Well, there. Okay, maybe it's not that many redeems. Yeah, it could be better, but there's other things you can do with points. I think. There's some other things you can do with them. No, 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 you don't. They are old ones you went through. The old family coins, and you're gonna have them tested for silver. Ooh, interesting. Well, I mean, I guess a lot of the old ones do or did dud. They did use silver. I mean, I hope you find some. I know. I don't know. I think one person I knew, um, a while ago. Oh, I don't know if it was old coins. I know they were getting some loose jewelry, I think, tested. They talked a bit about how it works. It's interesting. Obviously, there are a lot of different ways you can do it, so I don't know how they do it there, but you know, I hope they find some. Yep. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. No. The cut right word because ellipses, you see how that normally like cuts off this section? Instead, it will respect the word. And the idea is that this includes like punctuation and stuff. So if the punctuation is one space separated, for example, if it's like this, then this punctuation isn't part of the word. Or wherever the punctuation is, it's not part of the word unless it's a dash. Dashes are part of the words as long as they are this, and then you have word on this side. So there's a specific way that I want to have it work, but the idea is that with word, you can get it to respect words. So for example, if I did word here, and for word, ellipses, for example, you can get many words. This is many words. which doesn't make sense, but all of the words are there, which is the important part. Or all of the words are entirely there. So that's kind of the idea about how it'll work. It will kind of go through a hierarchy where it'll cut specific things to get certain, I guess, things to happen. And it's specifically this way because it doesn't modify text. The important thing is that text stays the same. This is an effect. And so anytime that you update text, because this one was made like this one will tell text, hey, I'm gonna listen to you. So whenever you update, you tell me that you updated because I need to do something. And so like each squeeze text, or like if I turn text into, I don't know, if I change it entirely like this, text will tell each squeeze text, hey, remember when you wanted to know if I updated? Well, I updated. So each squeeze text will look at what text is and see that it needs to then update what it says. And so it'll run the same algorithm back, do that, and then it'll call any of its listeners and be like, okay, well, so this is a I know what this is called. It's a not projector, event listener pattern. Basically, when an event happens, the event listeners subscribe to events, which is a very fancy way of saying they tell the event, hey, I want to know when this event happens. And when the event happens, it then tells all of the subscribed listeners to go do whatever they need to do. It says, hey, this event happened. Go. And that allows them to update. They don't have to keep checking if text has updated. They know that when text updates, they'll know about it. Which has advantages and disadvantages. But I like that for this library because it just works. It is not so complicated that I would be worried about how long it takes, which is kind of the big disadvantage with a synchronous event listener pattern. Synchronous meaning that these tasks aren't running at the same time. So if I say text update, I don't know, become this thing. Then text will update, and then it'll have to go look at all of its listeners that want to know when it updates. And it'll have to call all of those. And all of those have listeners that they need to let know. And so those will call. And then it'll go on and on. So, in theory, if you had enough chains and enough kind of branching, you could make it take a very long time. And that's especially bad. I mean, it's always bad if things take a long time, but it's especially bad because it's running on the main thread. Basically, I think you probably see this in, like, if you get like a CPU, it'll be like it has this many cores and this many threads on each core. Like a performance core has like 4 threads, or yeah, performance core is like 4 threads, and efficiency core is like 2 threads, and we have like, I don't know, 8 performance cores, 16 efficiency cores, some shit like that. Basically, what that means is that's how many things it can be doing at the same time. The way that computers work is that, like, if I have 70 apps open, or if I have like 20 browser tabs open, those are not all happening at the same time. Each one of those sends an instruction to the CPU saying, I need you to do this math. And they all pile up in a queue. And the CPU is stupidly fast, right? Like if a CPU clock speed, what, like 2.21 gigahertz or something? It's doing 2 billion operations every second, which is a lot. So, even though it's not running all of these apps at the same time, it's running them so fast that you don't know the difference. Now, why is that sometimes an issue? It's that if my apps has a chunk of code that says, okay, CPU, I know you're gonna move on to other things later, but I need you to focus on what I'm doing, or that doesn't happen unless you get really low level. What more happens is that my app will say, okay, so this process, so there's a lot of stages to this, but this process, which is on the software level, is going to focus on these instructions. Now, if this process focuses on these instructions only, and these instructions take 20 seconds, it can't do anything else in those 20 seconds. And that includes updating the UI. So for example, if you have like an app that freezes and then crashes, or just freezes and stops responding, if it stops responding, that's a very big issue. It's usually a little more than something it wanted to do took a lot longer than it expected. But it can be that, where it wanted to do something, and so it said, okay, process, do these instructions. And so the process was doing those instructions, and then instead of those instructions taking a couple of milliseconds, they took seconds, or like 20 seconds, 40 seconds. And now that process, because it's stuck doing these instructions, it can't go do UI instructions. It can't, if you click a button, it can't respond to that because it's stuck doing these instructions. And that's a very big issue. So one of the biggest ways to do this, or biggest solutions to this, is just have multiple threads running at the same time. A lot of modern apps will have a UI thread, which handles all of the UI responses. So when you press a button, the UI thread knows that you pressed a button, it knows what button you pressed, and then it tells the backend thread, hey, the user pressed this button. What do you want to do about it? And once it tells the backend thread just kind of does whatever it does, and the UI continues like normal. Until the backend thread says, hey, I need you to do this now. And so then the UI changes. And that's a good way to separate it, so that the UI stays responsive, while the backend thread can do all kinds of whatever nonsense it needs to. This is even better if you put all of your heavy processes on one thread. Now, what does this have to do with the event listener pattern that I was talking about up here? If anytime I update one thing, it needs to update 20 things, and each of those things need to update 20 things, and each of those things need to update 20 things, that will start taking a very long time. And I don't really plan on embedding multiple threads. like we were talking about how we can solve this with multiple threads. I don't plan on doing that because it makes it a lot more complicated with specifically it's called resource access because of how threading and stuff works and because they're running at roughly the same time. At least they're supposed to be. If thread 1 wants to access a file and it starts modifying that file, but it doesn't finish because thread 2, or it starts modifying that file and then thread 2 wants to read that file is now corrupted because thread 2 has to read it. So your disk or your hard drive, which is a little better now with how they work, but your hard drive goes and says, okay, well, stop, let's go read this. And then it reads the thing, and then it continues writing. Which can be fine. But now that means thread 2 has a file that is malformed and isn't right at all. And that's bad. So then you put a bunch of security around that, things called locks or atomic operations. I think I might have talked about them a little bit before. I won't go into the details on any of that now. But that makes everything more complicated. It means I have to write a lot more code to do the same thing because I want it to work with multiple threads. So my solution is it won't work with multiple threads, at least not yet. I think I will eventually make things that make versions of all of these where it is thread safe, or kind of like add thread safe overrides or like handles or some shit. But that's not the plan for now. So, with all of that being said, this is a very specific framework, and I like it because it's simple. Well, I'm explaining this more so to myself, but hopefully the explanations to chat also help. But yeah, the framework, the event listener pattern, or I think sometimes I've seen people call it pub sub or publish subscribe. Same concept. One thing has events. Things who want to know when an event happens tell the publisher that, hey, I want to know that. And when the event happens, the publisher lets all of the subscribers know. Same concept. I liked it because I like it because it's very simple and it is one of the nicest frameworks to implement that work synchronously, but it can be an issue when they work synchronously. So we do have to keep that in mind. Another thing you have to keep in mind is cycles, where let's say V squeeze text subscribes to text, text subscribes to H squeeze text, and H squeeze text subscribes to V squeeze text, and then that's a problem. Because now it's a cycle and everybody's updating all at the same time. That's how you get a loop and that's how you get a crash. So, while everyone's in ads, I'm going to work a little more on this. And then when everyone comes back, I will explain kind of the rest of this. I spent a long time explaining that. That is my bad. I was rambling a bit. Sorry about that. If I'm... Oh, shit. Everyone's in ads, right? Forgot. For those of you who aren't in ads, if I'm ever rambling, you can always say that. I can do that, or I do that a lot. Sometimes where I'll repeat a thing like 4 times, because especially as it gets later and later, or I guess earlier and earlier into the morning, I lose memory capacity. And which is annoying, but it is what it is. But yeah, if I'm ever rambling, if I'm ever like repeating myself 20 times, let me know in chat. Uh, yeah. Bar, yeah. Ooh, one, ooh, and loading. Welcome back, my mads, everyone. Thank you all for sticking around. I appreciate it. I know I don't say this often, or often enough, but no, I appreciate everyone who, hangs out and stream. Whether you're just kind of, whether you're like chatting, or just listening and just watching, or, just kind of working with me, working with the music. I know sometimes just, I don't know, having other people who are also working up on like a second monitor helps you work. I know you. I know. I know how that works, and I appreciate you. Okay. Also, I have a snack. I am gonna try not to eat directly into the mic, but yeah, it is getting early, and I am getting a little hungry. Okay, so we were going to look at this, and then I was going to figure out exactly some of the other stuff. Okay, so this is, I think, something that I already have kind of in there. Obviously, all of it's getting torn down and rebuilt, but then you can make a loading bar. Loading bar works somewhat similarly. You update progress every once in a while, and it will, or you can have it listen to a publisher. You can have its update trigger on another publisher, which is something that I want to get into somewhere. Then you can obviously print its bounds, like how much it'll take, and you can squeeze it horizontally or vertically depending on the type of bar. I don't think there would be a point squeezing it vertically because, at least for the basic loading bar, it is only one line. But who knows? The other one is that you will have loading. Um, 40. Or update listen to, I don't know, text. So items have publishers. I am making this up as I go. Hopefully it doesn't look like I know all of this beforehand. I don't. I am trying to figure out how, like, what way would be the cleanest and what I want to work with, or I would want to work with. So it is all made up. Okay, so one of the options is that there's a publisher object that has on update and other probably like helper methods for publishers, or that just goes directly on the text. I think it would be better if there was a specific publisher object that handled all of the. Yeah, I think this is probably the cleanest. So you have a listener. The listener lets you listen to things, and the publisher lets you publish things. Publishers can listen to listeners, and that um what the fuck did I just say? Listeners can listen to publishers so publishers will have like different keys. For example, this publisher might have like on update, so when the text gets updated, then this listener will get the listen, and be able to then, I don't know, through like a lambda or like a function, just do something with it. Or for example, it would be like maybe it takes the first. It takes the first number it finds. So for example, it like looks at the first characters, and if they're a number, then it sets progress to that number, and if it's not a number, then it doesn't change progress or something like that. Right. So this just gives you the flexibility to kind of have have everything update everything else. Right. Okay. Is it func tools or other tools? Because I mean, like I know I have this one already. Properties from where? Func tools? Wait, is properties a base? Oh damn, I didn't know that. Um, okay. So then when we are hmm, okay. Well, yeah, yeah. No, text to So we have Right, so this allows you to do some more kind of fine-tuned, detailed positioning stuff. And then hunting justifiables. And then you could do we can do terminal dot something like that. That is kind of what I am envisioning. But how do we now actually kind of implement that? One is an interface, and two in reality. Okay. We are gonna take a small break first. I have a timer that's set up to go off every like 45 minutes or hour and a half. Or it was an hour and a half, but then I changed a little bit because we were already doing stuff and it was fine. So I don't know what I want to do for just a bit. Um, and we did say that we could play a game. Obviously, I don't want to get like too into a game though. So now while we're not working, I'm gonna put on this music. Um, and me see if I can find something interesting to play for just a little bit. We'll get back to the coding in some like 20 minutes or so. Hmm. Okay. I don't know. I didn't plan for this. Well, I did. I I said I was gonna take some more breaks from coding, so I didn't try it. So I didn't burn out so fast as I normally do. But also, I didn't plan for what I was gonna do when I did take a break. That's not helpful. Um. Hmm. I forget. Was this one that was all rated? Okay, maybe. So how? My God, how are your days going, Chad? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a game that I did want to play. And apparently this game was also interesting. But it was dropped. Right, you can't see my Steam. I guess that's kind of by design. Um okay. I mean we'll start at the top. Uh okay. Holy shit. It's built on Python? That's pretty based. Okay. Fair play. Um Holy shit, it really is just a .py file. That is really funny actually. There was nothing here. Ah, oh, okay. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, Lovely. Shit, you can't see this. Oh, that's not pulling up. Okay, fine. And then I can pull it up on here. Um, there we go. I don't think this is a game, but I'm so confused. Um, Hi? I guess. Well, welcome to a game, I think. A game in a game with a question mark? Yeah, there's no way there's a Steam category for this. This is just game. Games and demos. Nope. Uh, fuck it. This just counts as software and game dev, anyways. I don't even know if this is a game. This is so weird. Okay. Like I've played small games that probably don't count as a game, but still technically count as a game. This is not that. Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. The fuck do you mean Pip is not available on the machine? Yeah, yeah, I did this symbol, please. Go to definition. Where? Oh, no. Okay, well. Okay, well. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Oh, it really isn't a game. Like, at all. Huh. What the fuck was that? Right, it wasn't happy because it needs SQL glot. SQL glot. There. Happy? What the fuck does this do? Oh, that's that's not in English. Hmm. Okay. I don't I don't know I don't know what this is. Can I change the language? No. No. I assume that doesn't change the language that this is in. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't. Hmm. This isn't a game. I don't know what this is, but it's not a game. Whoa. Okay, back to the drawing board. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh, okay. Okay. This. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you were talking about. That not fully polished. There's nothing there. There is. Oh, there is stuff there. It's just all in a language I don't know. Okay. Okay. Well, next game. This game is much more of a game. At least it looks like it. Um. Interesting. Okay. Install. Okay. So we are waiting for this other game to download. This one's called Petlands. Um, okay. There we go. That's ready. Fine. Fair enough. I'm gonna turn off the music because I think it has its own music. Yep. Max FPS 60. Now to finish cleaning the coins, you send me an image. Hell yeah. Let me take a look. Ooh. Those look pretty good. I know nothing about coins, but they look really cool. I think. I mean, I don't think there's any way to tell. But Jesus Christ, how loud is the game, by the way? Let me. Right? I think like. So there we go. That would fix that. Yeah. Okay. Well. Tract is E, jump is spacebar. A left click action is the left mouse button. Okay. Main menu is escape. Okay, so there's two. Wait, what? Oh, that just hasn't been set. Invert mouse Y. Why? Why would you invert the mouse Y? No, you don't know much either. Well, yeah. I mean, they look really clean. They look shiny. I mean, at the end of the day, shiny is all that matters, right? Let me switch the game to that for now. Uh, what the hell? Oh, right click action, scroll down, scroll up. And then right left, move forward backwards, move right left, DA, turn, mouse X, move up, left, control, spacebar. What the? I look up, mouse Y, move up, roll is X. Is there anything else? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, pets inventory is E if there's nothing to interact with. Um, the music turn off? Um, yes. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Oh, okay. You know, I think I know why it was free. I have a pretty good idea. What the hell is this? I know you're gonna lurk while you go to the mall. Well, thank you for the lurk. And yeah, no, I hope they, you do find like stuff in there. No, would you say we're looking for like silver, right? Yeah. I hope it goes well. How did this have any positive ratings on Steam? Oh, never mind, it was mixed. Okay. You know, that makes more sense. Okay. Well, I'm so confused on what is happening. Is this like... Is it just this? Is this it? Yeah, I am not entirely sure. Yeah, no, I know I've said it a lot. But, I feel like I've seen games like this before. Where? I mean, I like the number go up. Number go up is always good, but, what are the numbers for? Is this just it? You just go... No? This is not what I thought this game would be about. Oh hey, I guess this is where the auto clicker comes in. Is it speed limited? I think it is. Some things. I'll give it a fair shot, but I will probably be switching in like 10 minutes. Man, I feel like you're just supposed to sit here and idle this. Oh, well, there's more numbers. There's now a purple diamond, I think. Okay, well, it's just the same thing. Is it like more? No, it's like, does any of this... Or maybe? I really... They said they would do something cool at Area 5. So that is where we're going. I mean, I don't believe it. I don't believe it's anything actually cool. But, you know. Okay, well, I don't know what that is. Oh, what? Oh, impressive. Okay. Well, that was one of the games of all time. It exists. Okay, I have a little more hope for this one. Because it looks a lot better. Um, we'll play this one and see what it's like. Oh shit. Hi Dino. How's it going? Fuck, when was that? That was now. Okay, I didn't just miss it. Hi Dino. Thank you for the sub. 6 months? 6 months is crazy. Damn. I appreciate it. You yeah, go check Dino out. She's really cool. She plays a bunch of games. She also yaps a lot. Oh my god, the music is loud as hell. Um, and yeah, basically, fucking amazing. Go watch, follow, check out channel. Stream Stream's been interesting. Uh, we were coding for a while, and then I was taking a break, so we're playing some games, and those games were something. The first game that we played, I don't know if that counts as a game. And then the second game that we played was free, and I did in fact get what I paid for. Stick one? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I'm going to try one more game. We do have ad break in a minute. So there's also that. Is this? It is here. Okay. You register as a game? I don't know if you like it when they don't have. No, you don't. Okay, fine. Sick one. There we go. Ooh, I don't want to touch the mic. This game is called Sick One. It from the Steam store page says Sick One is a single instruction programming game. Neglect your personal life in pursuit of promotions and vague assurances of job security. Hey, I know what that sounds like. This sounds like where I'm gonna be. Optimize your programs to rise to the top of the leaderboards. Stick Systems, thank you for your hard work. Now please return to your desk. I'm a lot more hopeful for this one. We are taking an ad break, so I will probably hold off on this just a bit until people can come back. But yeah. Oh yeah. I guess it's not that early. But damn. Well, good morning, Dino. What, like, you're just getting up? I assume? It's 5 a.m. Ah. You woke up about an hour. Jesus Christ, I could never. I wake up at fucking 7 and hate everything. Yeah, no. Uh-uh. But well, I hope the morning's been going okay. Well, you don't stay up super late like someone? Who could this someone be that you're talking about? Hmm. Oh. No. Hmm. See, it's not late. It's early. I'm actually going to bed early. Yeah, yeah. See, trust. Morning has been good though. I'm very tired. Yeah, that I believe that. Well, hopefully it's not like, too tired. I do appreciate you popping in that early in the morning. I assume You're up early for work and stuff, so I hope that goes well. Wait, can you hear the music from the... Oh, no, you can't. Do you have... Actually, you have the same thing. Um, one, copy filters. Two, face filters. And then two, I should just be able to turn this on. Maybe? Uh, Maybe not. Okay. Well, uh, oh, Dino. Um, yeah, you're already at work. But you saw that I was still alive, and you, of course, had to come by. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I hope work goes well. I hope it's not that bad that early in the morning. Fuck, I swear to God, I'm just playing on loop. It's chill for a few hours, which is nice. Well, hell yeah. Well, how? Okay. I mean, I guess let me just. I just put this like there. Now you reach the words 3 stream streak. Thank you for the streak. And when you have a streak again, yippee! Yeah. Congrats on the 3 stream streak. The fuck. What? Maybe. Uh, Wait. Oh, it doesn't. I assume it does. Okay. So I don't think it's gonna pick up on the music at all, which is unfortunate because it's kind of a bop. Um, that. Oh, I just switched this back. Okay. So, all right. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I appreciate everyone sticking around. Help support the channel. And yeah, I will get into this. Or maybe, probably not. I Job application. Job description. Six Systems is looking for experienced programmers to join our team. As an engineer at Six Systems, you'll produce highly efficient programs for our flagship product, the Single Instruction Computer Mark I, SIC-1. You will be competing against other engineers to produce the fastest and smallest programs. This is a full-time salaried role. The ideal candidate for this job will have a PhD and 15 to 20 years or more of industry experience, along with a relentless attention to detail and exemplary interpersonal skills. Scheduling flexibility is a plus as we push towards our worldwide launch. About Six Systems. Six Systems is the world leader in single instruction computing. Our mission is to simplify computation and thus simplify the world. We are innovative, trustworthy, and ethical. Click the button below to submit your job application. Dino, you don't think you qualified for this job? Yeah, I don't think I do either. Well, we'll see. Oh, I'm already just looking at what's behind it. Oh dear God. Okay, well, hopefully it's like an actual game. Damn. Okay. Oh, it pulls the Steam profile, I guess. Interesting. Oh, and we have reference manual. That we're going to be saying that a lot. Dev environment. Okay. Well, that one we're also going to be seeing a lot. Okay. Congratulations. Six Systems has accepted your job application. I'm Mary, and I'll be your human resources contact at the company. As you're no doubt aware, as a new trainee, you'll need to complete a few unpaid training tasks before you're instated as a full-time employee. You should have already received a couple of electronic mails from our automated onboarding system that you can review. The Sick One reference guide, which includes details on sublec and Sick One assembly language. Oh no. A guide to the Sick One development environment, including usage information, keyboard shortcuts, etc. You can view these mails at any time in the electronic mail viewer, which can be opened using the main menu, which is accessed through the menu button in the lower left, or by pressing Escape. All information is, of course, confidential and covered by the non-disclosure agreement you signed as a condition of your employment. I don't I don't remember seeing that anywhere. Okay. Please let me know if you have any other questions. Thank you, Mary. Oh, SIG 1 is an 8-bit computer. Okay, we're going to read a little bit of this, and I will try to interpret what that means in human language. The SIG 1 is an 8-bit computer with 256 bytes of memory. Okay. Programs for the SIG-1 are written in SIG-1 assembly language as described below. Sublec instruction. Each sublec instruction is 3 bytes, specified as follows. A, B, and C are memory addresses, or labels. 0 through 255 are labels. Sublec subtracts the value at address B from the value at address A and stores the result at address A. Mem A equals mem A minus mem B. I know that's a lot of words. Yeah. It, um. Okay. Yeah, that's. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I love it when I have to read documentation in my games. Okay. So what's it mean? Computer is an 8-bit computer. I know. I actually have no idea what the fucking bit number on a computer means. I'm gonna be honest. It has something to do with the instructions and the size of the instructions that it can run. Oh, because it can subtract B, which is an 8-bit number, from A, which is an 8-bit number, and store it in A, which is an 8-bit number, or move to C, which is optional and is an 8-bit location. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, 256 bytes of memory. So then you can see the squares up there. Each square. Dino. You're glad I understand? I did. Barely. Just barely. You know? Uh, sometimes, sometimes I don't know if understanding is a good thing or not, but, 256 bytes of memory. Okay. Basically, there's 256 numbers, and each number is, or each, there's 256 slots. I have a bunch of, like, cubbies. No. Is that a thing people know? If I have a bunch of, like, baskets, I have 256 baskets. Each basket can either hold a number, like a literal number, or an instruction, which is represented by a number. And it just depends on how you use it. If I tell it to subtract, in this case, I guess, B from A, then it treats those two as numbers. And then if it's whatever less than or equal to 0, it does the instruction that is at memory location C. Oh, okay. At max, maximum user modifiable address at in reads a value from input, writes are ignored, okay. Out writes a result to output, reads is 0. Reads and write are ignored, okay. Okay, so okay. Okay. So basically, max is the last address, the last basket that I'm allowed to touch and do stuff with. I can put stuff in basket 252, but because basket 253 tells me what the user like types in, it's in because it's like the input. Like if the user types into their little like the terminal, like we were talking about earlier, it will send that to the program, and so obviously I can't put stuff there, or like I can't put stuff there because that's the input. But obviously I can write to the terminal, which is the output. But it's not user modifiable as like I can't just set it to things and have it store stuff. It doesn't store anything. If I send something to out, it is gone. That gets sent to the user. Halt is the last one. It does nothing. I mean, if I read, write, do whatever to it, it turns the program off. Okay. Uh, okay. We will figure this out later. Time to wing it? Exactly. Use sublic and input output. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. With this program. Okay. Hi, Carly? Hi, Carly. How's it going? We're doing good. We were streaming some coding stuff, and now we're taking a break and doing some more coding stuff. It's different because it said it was a game. Yeah, exactly. You just woke up. Well, I hope the morning's going well. It's nice. You might you. I have actually a pretty solid number of games that have to do with coding, like games where you just code stuff, kind of. I have one that I spent actually a lot of time on. How long I play? Okay, well that's kind of bullshit because it's an idle game. But I spent, according to Steam, I spent 1,200 hours on one of them. That's also because I left it running for days at a time. But it's neither here nor there. Oh, your highest game is an idle too. Yeah, those do tend to rack up the hours. Hold on. Correct output, thanks. Okay, so that one basically just wrote the program for you. Okay. Your next one. Welcome to the team. Hello, I'm your manager, Don, and I'm excited to have you join our team. We're working very hard to ship our flagship product, the Seek 1, on time, and we need all the help we can get. You've already met Mary from HR. The other members of your immediate team are Ted and Feng. Note their cubicles are unfortunately on the far end of this floor, away from you. I'll see if I can get you moved closer. In case you see any welcome mail from Rick, be aware that he is my boss, so your skip level boss. If you have any concerns, I kindly ask you to raise them directly with me before looping in Rick. With introductions out of the way, let's talk about your job description. You are to implement programs as they are assigned to you. Your solutions will be compared to other employee solutions on the basis of execution time, measured in cycles, and memory usage, measured in bytes. Thanks in advance for your dedication. Don. Sorry if it was unclear that you would not be paid during training. There must have been a mix-up on HR's end. I'll see if there's anything I can do to right the situation. Ah, actually, I've not been into gaming for a long time. Um, Things get tough sometimes, you know? Yeah, yeah. No, I feel that. Busy, just being busy with stuff. Massive pain, yes. Dino no payment? Apparently none of the tutorial uh, pays. Okay, well that's already getting into the deep end. Okay. And Carly, you cast a line. You caught a common soggy newspaper worth one anchor. Puts you up to one total. Well, you gotta start somewhere. I know. Ooh, soggy newspaper. Yum? You know? Yum. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. Yeah, so this basically just does. So this is the same thing as the other one? Okay. Oh. Oh. Well done. Your program produced the correct output. Well, widespread 9. Okay, well, what if instead we just did this? Now I am curious. How the hell do you get um Carly, you must be a coder at least learning it. Yeah. I'm doing computer science. For a degree and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I do mention it in the tags. In the tags, it's been a hot minute since I looked at a lot of tags. Also, shit, I didn't realize. Thank you for the follow, Carly. No, Shadow, very smart. Mm, you know, you could say that. Uh, you're just gonna loop this over and over again, right? So if I just do this, like in theory, unless you put in a negative number, fuck yeah, Carly, you were not good at it. Yeah, no, it's it takes. I mean, like besides just practice, like practicing the coding itself, takes a lot of like a very specific way of thinking, which from personal experience tends to be a lot harder to train as you get older. That is something I have noticed. I was helping my dad with some stuff. He was looking at like spreadsheets because he does um like he's very financially oriented, and so I was helping him with a spreadsheet program, and I was kind of explaining to him how it worked at least like a little bit so that he could um like to modify this file to do certain things, and I was explaining that to him, and it was just not something that I mean, like he did kind of get it on the surface level because he, has been doing math all his life, but it was just the level once you get to the program where you have to start thinking about it differently that I think there was just a disconnect. And so obviously, I think you can you can learn new skills at any age, but I do notice that it is harder as it's harder because you're not just learning a new skill, you're learning a new way to use your brain. So, yeah, that's my take on it. Obviously, I don't know brain science. I don't know how brain work. I know it works sometimes, and then when you stay up until 6 o'clock, it doesn't. Um, Carly, have you developed any software application yet? Kind of. Not anything anybody would know. I have made a couple of smaller, very broken libraries for Python, or in Python, but nothing major and nothing like that anybody would actually use. That everything that I've made so far has been just for my own learning, how to make programs, but also how to like if I make a library, how do I take my library and put it on the internet for people to use, um, stuff like that. Hopefully that explains it. Feel free to ask questions. I I do like talking about programming stuff. Okay, so after talking with Rick, we've decided that it's not fair to make you complete training without compensating you. Hopefully you're sitting down for this because I've got some thrilling news. We're providing free pizza lunches to all trainees. See, I told you I'd make it up to you. Thanks for working hard. Done. Mm-hmm. You know, that's basically compensation. Anyways, why have money when you can have free pizza lunch? By the way, what language are you best at? Uh, Python. Python's the one that I've been learning the longest, and well, I started the earliest. Besides Scratch, I did Scratch first, but that I wouldn't count that as a language. Also, I haven't done it in forever, so I barely remember it. Hi, I'm Ted. We met in the hallway earlier. Is there any chance you could come over to my cubicle and help with the first assessment? I'd asked Feng for help, but I haven't seen him around yet this morning. Yesterday, Feng mentioned something about just using a label that initially points to the value 0. But what does that even mean? He also said something about being able to reset a variable back to 0 by subtracting itself. Is that a thing? I'm so lost. Thanks for your time. Ted. Dino? Ah, yes, the classic pizza party instead of money. It's a classic. Uh, oh, I know how I want to do this one, but you get at PMP, get PMP. Whoa. So there is a way to do it shorter. Um. Carly, you think it's mostly used in machine learning? Yeah, that is a big space in it currently. It's a little weird because Python would normally suck at any task like that, but I won't get into the details of how exactly it got to be there. I I did end up looking a lot into things like that. But yeah, there that is I think probably one of its biggest use cases currently. Um but I definitely there are well, I won't say that there are others that people use them a lot for. I think that is the only thing people really use them for seriously. But there are some other use cases. Because I mean, like, I can just leave this alone, right? I don't have to actually do anything with it. I mean, I guess you can probably cheat it because you know what the test is going to be. I guess because does it run its own secret test? It doesn't. No. Okay. How do you reduce the number of cycles? You cut. How many cycles did you cut off of it? I guess, unless you didn't use a loop. Is this some kind of coding game? Yeah. This is one where you I think it's will be like solving puzzles using this coding language thing. I don't know exactly what, but there's like a kind of potentially interesting story. I'm not really too worried about it, or too worried about how um too worried about like just the coding aspect, because I think once I like if I ever actually get stuck, I'm not invested enough to actually stay and finish it. Um, but yeah, I think the goal will be to just kind of code a bunch of these challenges as efficiently as you can. I guess I can go do this later. I'll stop. I'm getting an reset to that run. So you can actually, yeah, so you can reduce that, but I am not worried enough about that. From Mary, Human Resources. Training complete. Thanks for completing your training. Your starting job title is engineer. Your finalized compensation package is described in the packet I left on your desk. As always, let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, Mary. Okay. Greetings. I'm also on Don's team, and my name is Fang. Let me know if you ever need any assistance. After helping Ted with the first assessment, I thought I'd share my perspective on how to think about SIC-1 assembly language. Addresses are just numbers that identify a specific byte of memory. 0 for the first byte, 1 for the second, and so on up until 255. Labels are just names for addresses, specifically the address of whatever comes next in your code, whether it's a sublec or a data, or a .data. Sublec always compiles into 3 bytes, each one an instruction. If you omit the third address, it just gets set to the address of the next instruction in memory. Data just sets 1 or more bytes of memory to specific values, positive or negative numbers, or even just labels, i.e. addresses. In the end, everything compiles down to bytes in memory, which you can see in the memory table after you click compile, or run to load the program. While running, the SIC-1 only sees those bytes in memory, and it doesn't know or care how those bytes were produced, or even modified. It will happily interpret any 3 bytes as a sublec instruction, even if that's not what you intended. It can be instructive to look at a chunk of code and see the resulting compiled bytes. Here's an example. At loop refers to address 0, i.e. the first instruction. The first sublec occupies bytes 0, 1, and 2, and is compiled to 254, 253, 3. The second sublec occupies bytes 3, 4, and 5, and is compiled to 6, 6, 0. 0 refers to the address 6, i.e. the next byte, which is initialized to 0 using the data directive. As you know by now, the first instruction negates an input and writes it out, then advances to the next instruction, regardless of the result. The second instruction subtracts the value at address 6 from itself, always resulting in 0, and thus always jumps to its third argument. Okay. Read two numbers and output their sum. Repeat. Um, you know, split at CMP at in, and then we same thing, same idea. Fun. Whoa, that's not the most efficient. I do know that. Hmm. Oh, Carly, variety streamer? Yeah, kind of. I do, or I have in for my for most of my recent streams, I've been doing love coding. But I used to do a lot more gaming, mainly like it was Warframe the most, I think, and then before that, I did some Genshin, I think was the next big one that I did. Yeah, now it's a lot more coding, but hopefully with more time, I can go back to doing a lot more things. So like out. Oh yeah, the spaceship shipping game. Yes. I Elite Dangerous I did for a bit. Um so I did that for I think 4 streams or something in a row. I know I didn't play it too much after that though. Um, I mean, I guess I can always just set this to like byte. Actually, like what if we set this to like 40? Just 40. Wait, no, that was dumb. This needs to be out. Out. This is 40. Yes. Not, I mean, the Discord specifically has a live alert. So basically when I start streaming, But like if stuff happens, I try to update the Discord a little beforehand. Um, this is a little bit not at all. Okay, not even a little. Uh, how? I mean, I don't care too much, but obviously, mm, does it matter? Can I? The PNG looks pretty dope. Yeah, I do like my model a lot. Thank you for the hydrate, Dino. Did I draw it? No. I think I have the artist on here. Or maybe not. Uh, she's not on here. A friend from a different stream drew it for me, or she had her brother draw it for me. Right. He doesn't have a Twitch account, which is why, or he didn't have a Twitch account at the time, which is why he isn't on here. But yeah, I like the model a lot. Uh, Came out great. Yeah, yeah. Words are hard. I had something I was gonna say, and then it was just gone. Poof. Yes. Thank you for the posture check. I did see that, and I forgot about it. Um, so Sublic TMP in Lens. Let me see. Try this, I guess. I think that helps in any way. Oh, no. Step stop compile. 3 step run bytes. This uh Does she also work on 2D, 3D animations? No, she did it as a favor. She doesn't work, I don't think, professionally in this kind of sphere, I guess. No, that's not a better way to describe it. I actually don't know. Huh. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Wait, no. Wait. We have this one's gonna point to 3. This one's gonna point to 6. This one points to 9. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. Uh, Sorry, let me look back at chat. Anyway, why did all of the menus get fucked? Um, yeah, interesting. Um, Carly, art is cool. I'm not an artist. I'm really bad at art, but I do like doing art. It is always fun. It's probably different if you do it for a job, but um, oh, okay, wait, stop. Hmm, Wait, what? What the fuck? It should start at 0, and then when we go back to the top, it just why? Why does it change? I'm not even gonna look at them. Just a TMP. TMP at TMP. It works. There's probably a better way to do it, but I'm done. Hey, how's it feel to be a full-time employee working on the cutting edge of revolutionary technology? Only a single instruction. Amazing. Anyway, I did see your question about the compensation package Mary provided to you. I apologize if the pay is lower than what you were expecting. Another HR mix-up. What can I say? I'll talk to Rick to see if we can make an exception and raise your pay immediately. But just keep in mind this company has a lot of room to grow, so your hard efforts will be very well rewarded. Sandbox mode. Greetings. I wanted to share with you a little side project I've been working on. I'm calling it Sandbox mode. Basically, it's a special SIC1 emulator mode that allows you to specify your own input. This is useful when you just want to play around with SIC1 to see how things work. You can experiment with this to test out new techniques without worrying about output getting flagged as incorrect. Sandbox mode should be visible up in your program inventory under the diversions group. Let me know what you think. Interesting. I know this job is a scam. It really is. um, Oh. Oh. If I... But... Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Where is... I have it in here somewhere. Nope. Oh, no, thank you. Damn it. Yes. You check. Yeah. Yeah, they were. I was half convinced for a sec, but like, it usually doesn't end well when they start with, I make art too. It's like, well, that's cool. No, I think it is. I know how to do this one. Okay, never mind. Wait, do I? Yes, yes. Um, subtraction. Um, okay, this one is unfortunately just the same as public. Why that? Why is that your instruction keyword? Why couldn't it be something simple? It's all over my fucking keyboard. I don't want to type that. Yeah. What if we say at m at tmp1 at in public at tmp1 at in public at tmp2 1. At out? Did I? Well, no, it isn't, because then I have to go and be like, oh, well, do I? Yes, yes, no, I do. Okay. MP2. You. So I need to add loop and then at pmp1 dot data 0 at pmp2 dot data 1. No, dot data. Why dot data 1? No, no, not dot data 0. Then I'll hit that. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Hmm. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it and help support the channel. Was working on this and I know this is gonna work, but it's not efficient and I don't like that. Click. Well, I mean, well, there's gotta be a better way to handle it than that. Um, uh, we'll see. And two, loop. Run. Oh, that loop. Yeah, like this. My bad. Temp1, temp2, run. Oh, shit. Oh, I I am dumb. This is like this. Hmm. Then do I need to reverse it? Yes, I need to reverse it again. Um, well, it's not 0 anymore, is it? It is in fact not 0. Here we go. Why? Okay, so I could do. If I don't think you could do it on only one label. We have 0 minus whatever comes in. We make that positive, and then we have to make it positive again. How do you do that? Why? Actually, there we go. Yeah. This is a good point. Can I actually make this more efficient doing that? I don't know. Yeah. That loop. LT1. At dot data 1, right? Because it has to be yeah, M1 M1 0 dot data 0 1 pause 1 dot data -1. Less than or equal to 0. That out, that bring it to output. If it's very positive, then the output 1, right? So pause 1. That can be that pause 1. If we take our at TMP, we add 1, and it's still negative, or it's still 0, then we know that this is at LT0, or not at, this should just be black. At out at 0. Yeah, at 0. at LT0, public at ouch. Loop. One. Oh, yeah. At TMP data 0. Object TMP. Oh wait, no, it's the other one. 3, 9. Okay. Uh, that emote's crazy. When do I plan on sleeping? I'll say probably pretty soon. Probably next half an hour, roughly. I guess we never did get back to actual productive coding, and instead we played a game that is coding. But it said it was a game. Oh, it is what it is. Um, yeah, probably next 30 minutes sometime. Whenever because I do actually want to not be so tired that I can't do anything tomorrow. But yeah, no, it's a good point. Stop. Why? Wait, no, LGT N1. N1. It's not min1. It's cos1. Instead of this, well, I mean, this stays 0. This then becomes min1. Dino, little games are good. Yeah, this does. Who the fuck said you could go to? Hmm, ignoring that. Um, yeah, they just don't always feel like the most productive when I have a goal in mind, you know? And sleep is good. Yeah, sleep is good. Caffeine only works a little bit. No, what the fuck is in temp right now? 1? What we get? -1? So we got 1. Okay, that's correct. So we're looking at this. And we hit here. And we jump down there. Basically, what are we holding? We're holding a 0. Which is true. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Can we get a... Oh. Okay, stop. We're at loop. I don't know how to consolidate that. Because I can't just tell it to go there. I guess it's still more efficient to probably just put it up there for the other two. Okay. Interesting. Enough? Yeah, you get that? Sometimes you need a gaming break. Yeah. Yeah, no. That is fair. I'm really stuck. Do you have any time to come help me with the multiplication task? I already asked Fang for some help, but all he told me is that I could run a loop a specific number of times by subtracting 1 from a counter each time and using the result to branch. What does that even mean? You know, sometimes I wonder that myself. I have no clue. I mean, I do kind of, but like, why? Why though? So we're gonna have outer loop. Um, okay, so first we need, do we need to go up 1? Yes. We need plus one dot theta -1. At main loop to click what? Should I do what with that? data 0 at PNP. Just like what we take num at res dot data. I have to reset all of these every time. Okay, well that's gonna be expensive. Fine. At I guess. Oh, I guess we can set that counter. At in. We do nothing with that. So click at num at in. And now that we're doing that, we can go to at inner loop. Oh. Oh. Okay. No, that's fine. Be at counter at +1. So we add 1 to the counter. And then if we're done, we just lead to at final. I'm gonna write that actually at otherwise at res at num. Oh. I'm gonna have to I have to unsubtract it. Right at PMP data 0. I guess actually we can just use counter for that. I mean, yeah, why not? At res at num, because we know then once we reach that. Do this. Out with what is, I guess, where is it? It is, the answer is 0. But what thing has a 0 in it? At num. At num has a 0 in it. At main loop. Kublik. Yeah. Res, res like that. So if we add 1 to res. Wait, no. I mean, I guess. Do we want cycles or memory? Um, which do we prioritize? That is a good point. We need a counter. Fix normal and res. Potentially. Oh, and TMP. TMP. Data 0. Okay, so I think I'll just let the cycles go. I think. Wait, this should be at short then. Short. At short. At final. is TMP. Oh, that. Oh no, that's fucked. Yeah. Step. Okay. Oh. Oh. Um. No. At Sublet counter at CMP. Let me grab this. I think. I articulates. Links. Is links fine? I think. Yeah, how's it going? Probably just wrapping up stream, actually. Unfortunately. Oh, well, I want to end on a high note and actually finish the problem first. But same thing, but attempt to. That's one to left at MP1. This is at in. Then we do min one and make this one. Where? Two. There is. Yeah, I know it's plus one. What if it wasn't anymore? Now it's minus one. There. Fuck. Okay, we might not finish this today. We'll see. This counter is 0. Counter should not be 0. What the hell is Oh, okay, counter gets set to 1. Okay, lovely. Yeah, 22 gets nothing happen. We step, which, oh yeah, um, yeah, because I was mentioning when I started up the game, it does have music, but I couldn't get OBS to pick up the music, and so I was gonna turn on the other music and turn off this music, and I forgot about that entirely. So, music for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, Wii Sports Resort music. You know, it's wouldn't think it's like not a first choice, but it works. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me shortcut it. Oh shit. TMP1, not TMP1. Hmm. Step. Okay, now we're starting from a fresh slate. There's nothing there. Okay. Oh shit. It should be one more. Admin one. Hell yeah. That's a lot of bytes read, but lower end of the cycles, so I'll take it. Well, we will read the unread mail, and then we'll no words. We will end stream. First mail. Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm another engineering lead. I actually work on the same team as your manager, Don. Feng, who used to report to me, mentioned that you've been making excellent progress. Anyway, I've been tasked with helping to improve morale across the team. So if there's anything that you generally like or don't like about the workplace or your compensation, or your team in general, feel free to send me an email. Or send me a mail. I'll make sure to keep all discussions private. Looking forward to hearing from you, Pat. And fun and games. Engineering team. To help improve morale, Six Systems has provided an officially sanctioned computer video game called Avoision for employees to play. If you think your work would benefit from an entertaining diversion, please feel free to compete against your coworkers for the highest score in Avoision during your 2 legally mandated unpaid breaks or in lieu of an unneeded bathroom break. It's great. You can find Avoision in the diversion section of the program inventory and also in the main menu of the Seek 1 development environment. Enjoy. Mary. Lovely. We will then get on with this next time. Avoision is... Oh, okay. Well, we'll get that next time then. Menu, exit Seek 1. Well, yay. We did it. That's one stream back. I know next time working at a shady coding company? Exactly. Oh. I'll go away. Okay. We'll probably play that again next stream. It was fun. Well, it would have probably been more fun if I had more sleep. But being tired does not make for a good brain to do puzzling on. But fuck it, we ball. So next stream, it depends. It depends on how I feel tomorrow. But we might stream again next tomorrow. More likely is we'll stream the day after that. So fuck Wednesday, my time, Wednesday Pacific time, 11 p.m. to probably closer to 12 p.m. or 12, I guess 12 a.m. Pacific time. I will put an announcement about that in the Discord tomorrow, where I'll say if I am feeling well enough to stream that day, or if next stream will be 2 days from then. So until then, the VOD. If you missed anything, it'll be up on YouTube. I've had these links up a couple of times in chat so far. There's the Discord that I mentioned, announcements, schedule updates, stuff like that goes there. And YouTube channel is where VODs go. Potentially some clips. See about that. And yeah. Discord, if you want to talk outside of stream, that's also where you can do that. So, with all of that, I will be getting some sleep. My brain is slowly freezing. Is there anything else? Yes. No. Okay. Remember to take care of yourselves. Dying is, in fact, bad for your health. Drink water. Eat food. Get sleep, because do as I say and not as I do. And I will see y'all next time. Goodbye.